waweyo setting officer nakutumba.
Good morning, everyone. Simon Okelo, the senior
premises, as I confirm, meets the standards compliance to regulation. There are a number of issues. One of the requirements maintain as you requirement. When we issue is one of the in terms of sales. No. Able to run. Information doesn't come from on regular basis. These licenses, people for them. And this is the man which is spend more time being one that should there is big question both from government, other government agents, even individuals. It's a concern. I don't want to take time to explain how the process goes on. The first person in this process is the National Planning Authority. Under National Planning Authority, you have the physical planners, physical plan. Now it's a physical planning department under National Planning Authority. Previously, it used to be a standalone board. It used to be called the National Physical Planning Board. When the government nationalized government entities to place under NPA, the National Planning Authority. Now, this one is responsible for two things. One, it does the zoning of local government. When Minister of Local Government issues, for example, allows a district to be created, these agencies come and then does the zoning of the district. By zoning means putting in development areas. The areas which are created to be residential, the areas which are commercial, the areas which are industrial. Now that's the business they do. Then the other issue, if you want to do the change, of course they involve local government and they agree. Now they hand over this development plan to local government for implementation. If there are changes local government wants to effect, it has to inform the party, the NPA, on the changes they want to make, and that's what they call change of land use. So that approval should be applied for. The other aspect, also they issue regulations pertaining siting of documents. By siting, it can be factory, they have standards for siting factories, standards for fuel stations, and that's our interest. If you remember, in 2022, the Physical Planning Board issued standards, regulations, not standard regulations, pertaining siting of fuel stations in the country. And these are not just guidelines, but they are regulations. So if you don't follow them, you are committing an offense. Among which they stated that stations are required to be 50 meters apart on the same side of the lane. The same regulations says if stations are on opposite side, They're supposed to be 200 meters apart. The same regulations says stations should be 200 meters away from a roundabout. The same regulations state that fuel stations are supposed to be 200 meters away from public institutions. I'm talking about hospitals, schools, name it. But I've seen you have physical planners here. I don't know, we could think of, are you implementing these? Are you implementing them? That's the question, and it's a bit our discussion. Now, these regulations are supposed to be implemented by the physical planners. They're handed over to you to implement, and that should be your guiding tool when you're siting fuel stations. By fuel stations, I'm not talking about even these people call them pumps, single pumps, what. We have two categories of fuel stations. We have a service station and filling stations. There is no small station, there is no big station, there is no single pump. That's not our terminology. Our terminology is filling station, service station. So this thing of saying I have one pump is a single pump. That's not getting under our standards. That's your standards. Ladies and gentlemen, the next category is local government. I think I've explained this. The physical planners, their role, there are two committees. There's a physical planning committee and then a building committee. I'm sure these are already constituted in all various local governments. The physical planning committee is supposed to cite. Citing is your business of stations. It's not our mandate. I want to tell the background of this. Previously, it was the Minister of Energy mandate. Local government said no. This citing of developments is within the mandate of local government. So we surrendered this to local government. So citing is local government and it's done by physical planning. And this is the entry point, first entry point of these developments of fuel stations. That's the first entry. And that once it's approved, to go ahead, you issue them what they call a development permit, so that they continue on stage 2. Now there's also building committee. The building committee is basically issues the building permit and even approval of the plans. That's basically what happens to local government. But in the process of approving the plans, you have to look at them to check whether they conform with our standards, the standards of petroleum facilities. Does this development conform, if it's a petrol station, does it conform with the standards of a petroleum filling station or petroleum service station? So we need to, that tool is supposed to guide you. The other issue, the other agency is the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. Now this one is about occupational health and safety. So that's the idea they look at. Occupational health and safety during construction works, and of course the plan. They're looking at, I've looked at it before, persons with disabilities, are they catered for? Because these are public places. For example, if they're going to the good rooms, are they catered for in terms of their movements? So they look at those aspects. The other agency is the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, which basically looks at the issue of standards. They are the custodians of standards for all installations. Be it fuel stations, be it products, they are the custodians. They help us in formulation of those standards, and they are custodians of the standards. Look at the measurement aspects. That this pump, if I need 1 liter, does it give me 1 liter? So that's the Department of Meteorology. I think they are going to make a presentation also in that line. Ladies and gentlemen, the other agency is the National Environmental Management Authority. Now this one looks at the environmental aspects of the project. When you are doing a project for fuel, you are required to do a full blast environmental impact assessment. Full blast, because fuel has serious impact on the environment. So required to do a field blast environmental impact assessment against project brief. So that's the requirement, and the process of the environmental impact assessment is known, it's consultative, local government is involved, even our ministry is involved. Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Works and Transport. Now this is about the national roads, access to the national. Most of these stations are located along highways. So if those roads are being, the custodian of those roads, the supervisor is Minister of Works. So you need to get access to get access on those highways. So after get approval from Minister of Works and Transport. Lastly, the Minister of Energy and Development and the Petroleum Supply Department. Now this one looks at standards. And if is your station meeting the standards, so that's what we look at basically. Next. Maybe you can go back. How do we move? If you are building a station, where would you start from? You have acquired land. The question is where do you start from? It has been a question which I want to, from my experience, the questions come up. I want to give the answers, and then we don't waste time on other ideas. Where do you start from? Now the starting point is the physical planning committee. Once you have acquired land, a sizable land. The sizable land, I mean for a filling station, you are supposed to acquire land of 30 meters by 30 meters. That's the 900 square meters. Frontage is a must 30 meters. Frontage, the front one is a must, should be 30 meters. But the total area of the site should be 900 square meters for a filling station. Now, once you have acquired such land, go to the physical planner. There are some, you write briefly about your project, what you intend to do there. Now, the physical planner they were, of course, with other attachments, land ownership documents, the layout plan, your project, they hand it over to the physical planning committee. Now, based on that, they give you a development permit if you have approved that project. Development permit at that stage. Now, once you have a development permit, you don't do the plans now. You start the NEMA process, the environmental impact assessment process. Usually, they are practitioners who are registered by the National Environment Management Authority, whom you contact, they do this on your behalf. They submit these reports for approval. Once you get an environmental impact assessment certificate, that's how they have approved the environmental aspect. You draw your drawing, detailed drawing, architectural, and of course it could be structural. You hand it over to building committee to approve the plans. Once you have those in your hands, that's when you come to our ministry. The Ministry of Energy, Petroleum Facility, Construction Committee. That's the process. That's why I'm telling physical planners, you are the entry point of this business. If you reject that at that point, wouldn't be where we are right now. We should really do better in the area of siting stations. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, under the process of Petroleum Facility Construction Permit, these are the requirements. The form, which you can upload, you can download it, or you can physically pick a copy from the Commissioner's office. But still we are improving. We are going to do an online application. We are working on that system. So don't need to, we are going paperless. The government is now encouraging us to use those tools where we are using paperless. That's where we are going. But at the moment, you get the form, physical form, you fill it, a number of details are captured in that form. Now, I talked about land possession. For a filling station, let's say it's 900 square meter. For a service station, it's 1,600 square meters size requirement, because they are different. A service station and filling station are different. I will show you the difference later in the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I've told you need to have approved drawings from local authority alongside a building permit. You present to us an environmental impact assessment certificate. If it's a company, you have to bring us registration documents from the registration bureau. Then you have to present us URA, a certification that you have a TIN number where you're going to pay the required fees. We're going to use that to make assessment and use it to pay the required fees. Then present us also the bill of quantities, the project cost. Now these are supposed to be done by a certified quantity surveyor, so that we are sure that the cost you are giving us is realistic. Sometimes when you give us lower cost, the commissioner is mandated to employ a consultant on your behalf to get actual costs and at your own expense. So you should give us the realistic figures. Now the other issue is the bank statement. We need to show us that you have the financial capability to do the business of petroleum. Lastly, their fees are applicable, as I will show you, and they are based for a petroleum facility construction. They are based on the bill of quantities, but their minimum fees, it doesn't exceed 1 million. Maximum could be 1 million. If the project is, for example, 1 billion shillings. If it's 500 million, it's about 500,000 shillings paid once. Next. Now, after construction permit is issued, you are allowed to construct as per the standards of a filling station or a service station or a depot. Once you complete, you inform us that the station or the depot or the installation is ready for them to do business retailing. They request you to inform us in writing, and then you alongside, you bring those documentation. You have to bring us a report, a leakage detection report, or pressure test report, and then you present us a certified engineer's report. So that owns the works. When there are challenges, we have to consult him what happened here. And of course, they have a board which regulates them. So he has to own the work. In case the station is already constructed, he has to give us an uninterpreted report for this purpose, to confirm that the works is done in conformity with the standards. We had challenges. Some stations were constructed, then later the tanks leak, and then the business person loses money, and at the same time, as a government, the fuel has adverse effect to the environment, so it affects also the environment. So we decided that engineers should own the works of such projects. Then you should also present us in terms of, in case of a station, you present us certified validation charts, which are certified by Unbs. Next. Ladies and gentlemen, for petrol operating licenses, that's now the business license. There are a number of categories. There's one for importation, exportation, surface transportation, on land and water, storage, wholesale, retailing, and consumer and industrial consumers. The same process, there's a standard form for that. Then you should present us if it's a company, and this one is issued a company, should present us registered the certificate or registration for Uganda Service Registration Bureau. You are a tax clearance certificate if the company is already in existence. Uganda Investment Authority license, investment license, if it's a foreign company. You should also show us that you're in possession of a depot in case you are intending to import and wholesale. Business plan, show us how we intend to do your business. Then we do environmental audits for existing stations, because it's a requirement. Once we are given a NEMA certificate or an environmental impact assessment certificate, we are required to do environmental audits every after 1 year, annually, they're done annually. So you have to present to us that you have been doing this. Then completion certificate issued for the site which has been constructed. Next, their fees applicable. So we present us we give you a bank advice form, you pay it in the bank, then you present us the receipt. You also present us the passport photos for directors. In case for stability, when there are issues with smuggling, issues with the non-tax payment, we are able to trace you in case we need you. So we require you to present us passport photos. Of course, we do inspection and we do reports. Next. Now these are the applicable fees and the tenure. Importation is 3 million, which is valid for 10 years. Detailing for fuel stations, just 1 million, valid for 5 years. For storage, this is for the depots, 3 million, valid for 10 years. Then for petroleum facility construction permit, just 0.1% of the cost, which I've already told you. So basically, but again for detailing, it's per site, not for one individual to run 10 stations. Every site you are supposed to pay 1 million. Next. Now there are issues which pertaining, these are the issues which have been, where people have been asking questions. How do you handle such issues when they come? The issues to do with transfer of licenses and permits. Now this one has been happening mainly for these single pumps. When it's sealed, the man sells to the next party, throws the victim. That has been happening. When the station is not meeting standards, the station is required to decommission. But this person goes ahead to say to another party. Now this person ignorantly starts operating the station. So there are processes. If you are transfer license, if a station is changing ownership, you are required to inform the commissioner and they want to approve that transfer. Then major modification. We have seen some stations doing major modification. For example, they are expanding the tanks, they are changing the size of the tanks. They are doing an overhaul of the station. Such you are required to seek also permission from the commissioner prior to doing major modification. It's a requirement by law. Decommissioning. I've seen some stations, somebody just abandons the station, leaves it there. If you have to decommission any petroleum facility, you need to inform the commissioner. And it should be part of the deal in the process of decommissioning. It's a requirement. So that it confirms that it's done according to the required procedures. Ladies and gentlemen, the other issue is the filling station vis-a-vis the station. Already I've told the difference. The land size requirements for filling station is 900 square meters. For a service station, it's 1,600 square meters. That's the requirement. That's where the difference. So that means the service station requires more land as comparable to the filling station. Now, a service station means we're going to do additional works apart from filling vehicles. The filling station are basically dealing with fuel only. Filling vehicles, motorbikes, and debit. But for service station, we are doing other businesses at that station. That's why it requires additional space. But in doing so, the business should be compatible with the fuel business. Because that's your cardinal business is fuel business. The other ones are just additional. So they should be compatible. Compatibility, such business would include a supermarket, a service bay. But I've seen some service stations with the lodges. Even some planning to have a bus. I imagine bus above a station, and these buses are usually above, I think they are flats. So you can imagine somebody can fall from up and then falls into a tank. So basically, they should be compatible businesses. You don't have to have a bar at the filling station here. So they should be compatible businesses. That's very important. We can discuss about that. Then the other issue I've seen, somebody His cardinal business was filling station. He has built 80% of the what I've talked about, the 1,600 square meters of land. He has constructed a very big building. Now the station is covering 10%. Now that's not how it's done. The requirement is 60% of your land should cover field business. And in fact, you require 10% should be greenery. That's the requirement. Should be green area. Then the other left 30%, that's where you can access other compatible business at that service station. That's very key. Ladies and gentlemen, the renewal of licenses, these licenses, as we have seen, they have periods. 5 years, for example, the license is valid for 5 years. You're supposed to apply for renewal. And you are required to renew before 3 months prior to its expiry date. That's the requirement. It's also outlined in the process. Trading licenses to petroleum facilities by local authorities. Now, there's this interesting thing here. The law under the Petroleum Supply Act, which governs downstream petroleum business, states that local government is not required to charge trading licenses to petroleum facilities, to filling stations, petroleum filling stations. Those ones are doing, but if you are doing additional businesses, as a compatible business, as I said, you are required to pay for those additional businesses at the filling station. If you are not running, for example, a filling station, basically you are refilling vehicles, you are not required to pay trading license. But if you have those additional businesses are required to pay trading licenses. For example, a supermarket, you are required to pay a trading license. Next, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the challenges which we are experiencing in executing our work. One is awareness. By this we have done, we are moving, we are doing it every day. So awareness now is not a problem. People are aware of this process. People are just adamant to put the required, to follow the required procedures. The other challenge are the standards. People are saying they don't know the standards. These are standards people are aware. We have sensitized people. We have talked. They are on the website. So clearly everybody is aware now. Collaboration with other stakeholders, some government. I'm not saying these ones who are here, but those ones who have not come, and the ones who are not collaborating, who are not collaborating with us. But for you, people who are here, you are collaborating with us very well. So that's very key to note. Of course, we take money from the Consolidated Fund. We have a challenge of financing. That's why sometimes we minimize our movements. We have challenge of financing. That's why under completion certificate, I ask for photos. Before I send my team to inspect the site, I first see the photos. I say, but this facility looks like the canopy is very short. I don't send my people there to minimize, because we are here, I don't find it very well. But we are struggling. We are serving the entire country. You get the point. So we have that challenge, but we are working within that. We are doing our best. Lastly, I thank you for listening to me. Thank you very much.
Next, we shall have a presentation of fuel blending by Mr. Atim. This is the first time we are giving such a presentation in our routine workshops, bring awareness to the stakeholders of what the government is doing in terms of fuel supply.
Thank you, Mr. Shikimbo. Thank you, my speakers before, as introduced. My name is Hatim Yanja. I also work with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development under the Energy Resources Department. department. Before, you would have about the renewable energy department, the energy efficiency department, and as we've been going through the restructuring and the merging, those two departments were combined, and then we have the energy resources department. So my presentation is going to be on the biofuels program. The program is generally looking at the production of the biofuels, and we're using them in our transport sector as part of the strategies to decarbonize the sector. We have a number of initiatives running. Mr. Commissioner, when he was opening, he talked about the e-mobility, where we're moving into the electric vehicles, and this is one of the initiatives, the biofuels, where we're doing some decarbonization within the transport sector. Just as part of the introductions, someone may ask, what is this thing biofuels? Biofuels is basically the combustible fuels, fuels that burn, and these are gotten from the biomass. And generally we have the alcohols, we have the biodiesel, and those are generally what we call the biofuels. And this is in line with the law that I'm going to talk about, the Biofuels Act, because that's how basically it is defined, looking at bioethanol and also the biodiesel. In this case, since we've made some good progress in terms of the bioethanol, I'm mainly going to focus on that. Under that, in the bioethanol, we are producing this from the starch containing plants. For example, the sugar, you would have heard we had a boom of excess sugar cane, and this we're not having where it was going. You've had before issues with our grains having aflatoxin, and this is providing an alternative where we can use it. Issues of cassava and so on. And when you look at the whole program, we have the biofuels blending, and this we have the PMS, or what we call the petrol, blending it with the ethanol. And also under the diesel or the agro, we are also very soon looking forward to blend it with the biodiesel. You must also have heard about the SAF, the Sustainable Aviation Fuel. When you look at, for example, our Uganda Airlines, it is by national requirement. When now we fly to London, we must at least be able to take about 2% of some of these fuels. And as the country also moving forward in terms of also that international obligations, we shall also begin blending also our aviation fuel, that is the sustainable aviation fuel. Then also under biofuels, we are also using it for cooking. Some of you may have seen the ethanol stoves is also under the same product that we are looking at, also providing some value. And also the last one is also power generation, whereby some burn it, and then after burning, they are able to run the different turbines and so on, and then they are able to generate some electricity. Now, in terms of Uganda's commitment, why are we doing this? One, we are looking at promoting our energy security. Two, we are looking at also issues to do with the environmental sustainability. We have the fossil fuels, and this is a renewable fuel. We are creating environmental sustainability in terms of doing this. Then, the economic development. When you look at, say, our people who are into agriculture, we are providing more value addition, and this will in turn also improve on the local and also the economic development. In terms of our alignment, my colleague presented about the different national policies, plans and strategies, and when you look at this, it is responding to our renewable energy policy of 2007, where we're looking at one of the initiatives was to produce these biofuels to use them in our transport sector. This is in line with our Vision 2040, and it's also in line with our new policy, the National Energy Policy of 2023. My colleague has presented about the different roles we have within the sector, and under this, we have the Biofuels Act of 2022. When we had the Renewable Energy Policy of 2023, we're looking at promoting the use of the use of the biofuels within the transport sector. And one of the things that we did was the development of the legal framework to guide when we are doing this. We must have a legal framework that we are following. And we developed the Biofuels Act of 2022 and also the Biofuels Licensing Regulations. We have different players within this subsector, as I'm going to highlight in the presentation. And when you look at the licensing of the whole process, it is well detailed in the Biofuels Licensing Regulations of 2022. And this whole legal framework, it is providing direction in terms of producing the biodiesel, producing the ethanol, and also in terms of how do we handle issues with the storage, transport, and then the blending. And this act provides for the blending up to 20%, and also provides for a minimum of 1%. In terms of the standards, we have also made progress. My colleague Dean presented about the different standards we have in the downstream sector. We have the national standards for the power ethanol. The ethanol that we shall be using for the blending, we have a standard of that. We've also developed a standard on the blended product. We have a standard already on the pure product, that is the PMS. We have the standards for the E1, E5, E10, and E15. Other countries like Brazil, they have even moved to do even up to 100% moving on that ethanol. India has progressed about to 20%, and we also believe that also moving within that direction. Just to highlight, this ethanol that we're talking about, you know, we produce ethanol for medical purposes, we produce ethanol for cooking, but this particular ethanol for blending, it is called a fuel grade ethanol, and the minimum it should be at is 99.5% purity. This goes even up to 100%, but you know, when you're setting a standard, you must set a bare minimum that we should be having with. And this is in compliance with the standard that we have developed, and I've just picked this as some of the specifications. I already highlighted that in line with the Act provides for a minimum. We are starting this with an E1, and I must report that we have successfully started blending our PMS, the petrol, and we are currently at E1. E1 means that we are doing 1% the ethanol, and then the 99% is the petrol. In Busia, those of us who are bringing in the fuel, we have 4 entry points. We have Busia, Mahathal the Lake, we have Malaba, and also Tukula through the Tanzania route. And in Busia, this started in November 2025. Mahathal started on the 28th of January. Malaba, we started on the 2nd of February. And Mutukula, I think, we also started around 6th of February. So I can able see that all our products that we are having in the PMS in the country, it is currently blended at 1%. And what are we looking at in the future? In line with the Act, we are looking at progress and move to up to 20%. And probably as we achieve the 20%, we shall have had more improvement within our fleet, and then we can be able to run to even higher percentages. In terms of compatibility, when you look at our fleet, studies were done. When you look at the cars that we have, the borders, they can every run on the 20% blend. Meaning with the 20%, you have 20% ethanol, and then you have the 80% petrol, and all our vehicles can be able to run on the same. As the ministry, as I told on the legal framework, we have what we call the producers. Currently, we have licensed 13 bioethanol producers, and these are basically, you know, some who are into the sugar production. You know, they ferment what we call the molasses, the sukari group. We still have some sugar that is fermented, and then we are able to get out the power ethanol that we are using. Some also using other products, for example, the maize, cassava to ferment, and then they get the product that we use in the blending. And these are some of the producers we have licensed. Hoima, we have Hoima sugar that we have licensed. I think this is soon it is ready. It's getting into production. When you look at most of the producers, when you look at, say, the sugar industries, some of them, they were producing what you call the inner, the extra neutral alcohol. Inner is at about 94–95%. But for the product we need, it must be 99.5% minimum in terms of the purity. So most of them, after applying for the license, they have been installing what we call the molecular dehydrators. The dehydrators ensure that you remove that extra component of water to ensure that we have a pure product that we shall be using for the blending. We have in Masindi, Smart Star Industries. Why should I highlight this? You may find that some of us here, or our community that we have, can be suppliers of the product to some of these producers. We have Bukona in Noya, we have Kakila Sugar. This is basically using the molasses. GM is also using molasses. Pro is located in Ruero. They're using molasses, cassava, and also the grain. We have Modern Distillers. These are also using a number of products, molasses, maize, and also cassava. Kidera is coming online. We have Mayuge. Mayuge, we have the production is ready, and also Kamuli is also into the final stages. I already talked about the designated blending point, because when you produce, we are transporting the product to our entry point, and we have 4 of them. We have one in Busia, operated by Modern Energy Limited, and we have one in Malaba by Bukona. Mutukula is by Afrokai, and on the lake at Kauku, we have Lake Victoria Logistics, which is also known as Mahathi, doing the blending. And when you look at this whole process, you know we have the fuel marking program, and they're going to present as part of monitoring the adulteration and also ensuring that we have a very good integrity within our fuel. When we're doing these stations, we integrated them with our fuel marking. So as the fuel comes in, it is blended, marked, and then we have a product moving on the market. So even our team, under the fuel marking, as they move around to pick the samples to do the testing, they're ensuring that they're tracing the marker of which we have a product that was already blended at the entry. What are some of the benefits to the OMCs and also to our consumers? Let me just highlight some. The first one is that we're doing a national compliance. We have a legal framework, and by doing this, we're ensuring that we are having compliance to the same. 2, issues of sustainability sourcing. You know that we're looking at adding value to a local product, and this is also partly contributing to the sustainability. Environment. When you look at this product, it's a product that we're introducing that is environmentally friendly, and in that we are improving on the environmental sustainability. Consumer acceptance. We know that when you look at, we are moving into the green fuels, green environment, so we are also partly addressing the consumer need in terms of also moving in the green areas. And when you look at the fuels, there's what we call the octane number. Octane is a measure of how easy the fuel burns. When you look at the PMS, when you look at the octane rating, it's about 90–95%. When you look at this product, the ethanol is about 100–110. So when you combine the two, you are improving on the ease of the burning of the fuel. I have already highlighted this, but just to emphasize, these are some of the questions we usually get. When I use this, will it hurt my car or my motorboda? I've already said that when you look at moving up to 20%, the country that we have can able to manage the same. Issues that you know, is there the product in this water? The product that we are looking at, and also that we're ensuring that we are adding, is a pure product at a bare minimum of 99.5% plus, and even it goes even up to 100%. As I conclude, in this stakeholder engagement, as a ministry, we're looking forward to have a very good commitment in terms of ensuring that we have a continued oversight, in terms of the technical support to ensure that we have the integrity of the product, and also ensuring that the product that we have blended meets the required standard, and also providing a very good policy direction in that. And to the ONCs, we look forward that we must have compliance with the same, so that we have a product blended and well dispensed to our consumers. And in that, we also expect a very good collaboration. My colleague Disan, when he presented here, he highlighted that when we have these collaborations, it's ensuring that we have compliance and also keeping the integrity of the product. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miyanja. And with that, we shall move on to the next stage of launching the LPG as we take break tea, refresh ourselves. I think Mr. Commissioner will lead us in that launching of the LPG commissioners. I'll request that we move outside, we launch, then we take a cup of tea and a short break, then we shall resume after that.
Block the way here.
Soroti. I left the city and came to the district. Came to the district.
Jesus. Here we go.
He wants to go for breakfast also.
The thing also wants to go for breakfast.
Okay. It's not a problem. They just can't send it.
Now you create space for my friend.
How are you? I'm okay. You're most welcome.
Hello members, let's all go outside and do the launch for the LPG. It's a short activity. We shall have our breakfast after the launch.
Where are you? I'm going out.
I am here.
That's fine. No one is saying I don't need to do it. So by let's go that. Yeah, I was down there.
We are coming back.
The roads are turned up to Lira, this side, only when I'm branching to a beam, and it was that when I get 2 hours only. So I'm very comfortable there. I'm comfortable.
And if you want to,
So that not fine. Maybe if I see that a call, I will also call you. That's how that not fine. I will.
Those are some of the things that we have to discuss, but for the time being, I think the old generation, this Gen Z and what is very fast, we don't have to do microwave and what this is message. Somebody wants to say something.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Protocol that, which the government gave us order. Let us mark this one. The cooker, this cooker like this is automatic. The chidomora. Some people call it a jerrycan. That thing there is for free. The post pipe, the regular is what? However, stop it. So for us, the gas will put it over there. That we charge. It is over 100. What does it mean? But if I give you this kit today, take it, it is over. You come back, you will come back with what happened. That is finished. There is a format of fuel. It goes for the use of energy for the government. It is very simple. We have these girls who are putting on blue stripes or guiding or not feeling. What is important is that when you see the recommendation, the national ID to show that you are citizen. What? These things are not for Kenyans or how do you prove it? National ID. I think that is it. Let me just check with you on what or how to collect it. It's not really simple here, however, later you can come to that tent. This goes to the things. First and foremost, it comes with a hose pipe. It's 2 meters. If you have less than 2 meters, please return actual meters. There is we have what we call a regulator. This regulator, for when I put it on the citizen, but you shall be able to switch it. I'll show you how to put it on. When you put it on, don't forget to leave it so it is not tight. Just to have some evidence. Then everyone is going to get this information. However, we have several regulators. We have several regulators, but today everyone is getting this one. I should be demonstrating before so when you put on this regulator, you collect it high. There's another mouth on the cooker. That implies if it goes up like this, it does the cylinder to the cooker. But before you want to make sure that this lock is closed to prevent the heat. When you want to switch it on, you press this out and then you snap. So press inside this one. Don't press time before you press this because you are going to so it has to be activity. That's why make sure that it for those who are very fine, it's always go fine. But I would rather don't let just I have someone say that those who are here, they are seeing, however, those who are very fine. When you are in some documents, you will see something green. It is too hot. You will not be able to see it. But let us illustrate it with what? So this cooker, you don't need a matchbox. So it is automatic synchronization is active properly. So this illustrates that the gas is cooking and it is well connected. It is clean commissioner know what his machine can do. And it is so automatic that if he has got to do the job, he just reduces on the fire and the normal parts have to be. So for that matter, I'm requesting to have a club to the commissioner because I believe this was actually yes. No, if you have a shop here, please, you will forgive us. Yes, sir. I'm not seeing all the political people grabbing. What's the problem with it? There's no political problem here. Commissioner, should I give you an answer?
Hey, with the quarter, I mean, I'm going to put it on. Yeah, they agree.
Yeah. No,
yeah, we go banana.
Oh, tell me not tomorrow to go.
Puri, yeah, we have to fun.
So similarly, for this specific one, which comes you are taking that particular one, and for the other,
I might just buy it. The list.
I wouldn't want to advise you that the wives come separately and skills of because there are other things
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Mr. Commissioner, as a way to recognize this commissioning,
They don't want to have
Mr. Commissioner, as a way to recognize we have prepared for you that is we need a knife.
To cut the cake. Here is the cake.
Where is the cake?
There.
You know that.
Messed up.
For the selfie?
Yes, for the city.
Again, they have complicated. But even national ID. Put the national ID.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. Please ushers come and do the left table. Then also, Mr. Commissioner, we would love to take this privilege to hand over a set to one of the people who filled in. Yes. So if you know you filled in, please come closer so that you get this chance to be handed over a set by the Commissioner. Anyone who is the finish? What is the meeting? Please come closer. Yes, those of the folks come please. Yes, come here. And because someone has you come behind, come behind. Everyone stand behind one of these sailors. Everyone who has a phone, please stand behind.
That if you have a phone, go and stand behind the cylinder.
So that the commissioner can
What they are saying?
You did pick.
They want a driving permit.
You have a driving permit? They can take that one.
So you need to have that photo with this. I've been moving in the national.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no problem.
I'm checking out of expiring.
When did I even last year? You my last about which year? Have you taken your cylinder?
No.
You don't want?
I have one already.
Oh, nice.
Yes, my sister.
Yes.
How are you? How is your mother? Fine.
Yes, madam.
It is fine.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. So,
this car. I was looking for you. How is that? From yes.
You are happy to go to
No, I
would say yes.
Yes.
I like these tomatoes.
Yes,
Yes, no, you are there, ginger side.
I am telling you, we are suffering.
As you already was there.
How's your control? Well, you left there, you are man. You are sorry, because but how you left us and leave us?
How is the district?
Yes, story. You know, Madam Asok, she called me the flight from China back to Uganda. She done the flight to Uganda. But PS is saying, you are coming, saying, where a cow can go for short. She sent me that message. I said, it is true.
That phone was in Jia.
Yeah. I must say, yes. I get
as free as 100,000.
Come. Your friends. Yes.
So now, the family, the justification. What is that start of that faith?
Even the procedure itself. Even the procedure itself. So those who are doing, who are starting. I know that. So I just hey, you did. I wanted to give it. No, but you did that good. Okay.
Dear members, this is a suggestion. We believe that when the LCs are put in stance on this, and write the recommendation, the church can further understand the recommendation. So as we wait for those who are comfortable with that, we are thinking that we go through the session manager and the tutor to be collecting the recommendation and the stuff. Okay? So that you get your kit and then you go. Then you will be get your so for those who are comfortable, make arrangement, you get seat on that table, verify, and then you come, you pay, and you go with your kit. Let me remind you, this set is worth 450, but today the government of Uganda is giving it to you at only 100. So let me go to the table.
I think they have come to give us gas cylinders.
They have come to give you that for free.
For free?
Yeah.
Not for free, subsidized.
For free. Don't have to make any sense.
Dear members, I've been told that the workshop is still going on. But as Topics International, we are still here to wait for you, even if it is a step we shall be here. So we shall first finish the workshop, and then as you're going back to where you're sleeping or something like that, we should be able to give you this availability. Thank you so much. Let us finish the workshop. Thank you so much.
I want to cut that. Yes.
Limited by the choice. What's meat? And that is all. That is all. Neighborhood concept now.
Handling issues. Wait. George, you know just step on the machine. Step on the machine.
Gas. Sure. I can't have two. Jacoboti gendo con la calla.
How is the fish?
dear members, communication from Susan. Let us go back to the workshop. We finished our workshop, Madam Susan. Maybe you can have a word from your side. We are going to bring out this one. This one is yours. It is there. Starbucks is here. Let us finish the workshop. When as you go back to sleep, or as you go back home, you can always pick your cylinder, then you go. I think let me give Madam Susan here.
I wish to welcome you back to this room. We need to take on a few presentations, and we shall enter into a time of discussion where you give your comment, questions on all these issues we are discussing on LPG, diesel, fuel, all that stuff. The purposes of our awareness and continuous improvement in our services. At this moment, without wasting time, let me invite Farida to take us on the next presentation. We have a few presentations, after which, when we have finished the presentation and discussion, we'll be free to interact with the team outside there giving out those LPG kits after we have gone through our program for today. Thank you. Farida, may we start right away in the interest of time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again. My name, once again, is Farida Nakaiza. I am from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development in the Petroleum Supplies Department. I am responsible for enforcement. So, without much ado, let's go straight to the presentation. And what we're discussing today is a downstream industry compliance to petroleum laws, regulations, and standards. So compliance most times requires enforcement action. That is, if the people, individuals, companies, or partnerships that you're regulating are not complying ordinarily. The million-dollar question for this discussion is, what is enforcement anyway in the downstream petroleum subsector? Then we should also look at what is the objective. Why do we have to enforce anyway? Why do we have to force people to comply? And if we're forcing people to comply, what are we enforcing? What is the legal regime? Where do we derive the mandate? Who has the mandate to enforce? How do we enforce? What enforcement actions do we have? What enforcement tools do we have? And again, what are the challenges encountered in the enforcement area? And we shall conclude with the recommendations. Now to tackle the first million-dollar question is, what is enforcement in the downstream petroleum subsector? These are processes and mechanisms to compel compliance by operators in the petroleum supply value chain with the set laws, regulations, and standards. We have a number of laws in the downstream. The key is the Petroleum Supply Act 2003 as amended by the Act of 2023. Objectives of enforcement, we also have the Petroleum General Regulations of 2009, which implement the Petroleum Supply Act 2003. We also enforce the Petroleum Fuel Marking Regulations of 2009 and other relevant laws and regulations in regards to environment, etc. So what's the objective of enforcement? One is to ensure compliance by the participants in the petroleum supply chain with the set laws, regulations and standards. Like I've mentioned, we have the Petroleum Supply Act, which spells out the principles that operators are supposed to comply with. Then we have the regulations, which help us to implement the principles in that act. And then we have the fuel market and quality control regulations. So we enforce to ensure that the operators in the downstream petroleum subsector comply with those laws and regulations, so they don't act outside those laws, regulations, and standards. Then secondly, the other objective is to ensure public safety and protection of the public from harmful incidents that may arise from irresponsible operation of petroleum activities. You know, petroleum is a very volatile substance. Petroleum products are volatile substances, which if mishandled can result into fires, causing stringent damage to the lives and properties of the Ugandans and even foreigners who may be trading on the soil of Ugandans. So we go to check to establish whether people are complying with those laws that have been set. For example, they say that a petrol station is supposed to be planted on a certain square footage of land. Now, that size of land is not put there as a fashion or for cosmetic purposes, but it's designed to ensure that the land is big enough to ensure that in the unlikely event, even in the likely event, that there's a fire outbreak, if the land is big enough, people will have room to escape, even to save their properties. The damage will not be as bad as it would have been if the land was this small, this tiny. So we enforce to ensure that operators are operating on the required size of land, for example. Secondly, ensure fuel quality and verification of quality, quantity, and standards at the retail stations. That is in accordance with the petroleum marking and quality control regulations. These regulations are the ones which spell out the quality and the quantities that are supposed to be dispensed, the proper quantities that are supposed to be dispensed at the retail stations. So we have various teams which go to establish whether or not the retail stations are complying with the standard and quality and quantity standards and requirements. So if we get a report from this team that such and such a facility is not complying with the quantity and quality standards, then we are bound to visit that facility and close it off. Closing off is one of the tools that we have as an enforcement action, so that the operator is stopped from operations. Then to eliminate unfavorable business practices that compromise petroleum standards. There are some retail facilities which have anti-competition policies that compromise the competition that is required for the sustainable, investment in this sector. So our different teams, the monitoring team, the fuel marking team, are usually on ground to check out those facilities that are not complying with the principles that set forth in the Petroleum Supply Act and regulations. Then again, to promote fair competition in the petroleum market, we go to check on the prices, for example, the quality of the products, quantity dispensed, to ensure that there is fair competition in the petroleum market. What are we enforcing? What is the legal regime? I've been knocking on the different instruments, different legal instruments where we derive our mandate, where we derive what we do. But generally, we have the Constitution, the 1995 Constitution. It has various provisions which, for example, in regards to petroleum, talk about the need to protect the health and the environment, to protect people's property, to protect lives, to encourage investment, business, and all that. That's the Constitution. It protects all that, guarantees all those rights. So when you come to the Petroleum Supply Act and the regulations and the fuel marking, there are specific provisions. You look at those provisions, they are designed to ensure that actually you protect while you operate in a retail facility. You're doing it in such a way that you're safeguarding the health, safety, and environment of the communities where you're operating. And at the same time that you're carrying out business practices that allow for fair competition, that propel investment, sustainable investment for all the players. And there are quite a number of provisions in the Constitution, right? Provisions to ensure that protecting lives and property. So the Petroleum Supply Act will say, how do you now protect lives and property in regard to the Constitution? You put in place measures, standards to ensure that when a petroleum facility catches fire, for example, other people's properties are not damaged. So you ensure that retail facilities are spacious enough, they are far apart from each other, etc., etc. Then we have the Petroleum Supply Act, which is the key act for our operations, the regulations, as mentioned earlier, the petroleum fuel marking and quality control regulations, designed to ensure quality and correct quantity of petroleum products applied to consumers, etc. Then was the mandate to enforce laws and regulations in the downstream petroleum subsector. We've had reports that different groups, different teams visit retail facilities in different places in the country, requiring them to present their authorization permits for carrying out the whatever petroleum operations that they undertake. But sometimes these people don't present their identification, tell you where they are from. You can't tell where is this person from. Is this person from the institution that is mandated to carry out this activity? Sometimes they collect money from you, but you may find that actually these are not mandated to do that job. So, laws and regulations point out clearly the institutions that are responsible for carrying out this duty. One, we have the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, particularly the Petroleum Supply Act in that ministry. And many times you see a team of officers from the Petroleum Supplies Department carrying out enforcement. They will seal your facilities. They will give you forms that once they give you this form, they will point out the areas where you're failing in as far as compliance is concerned. So once you come to the ministry for assistance or sensitization about what really happened, you have to present that form. So in future, when officers, people, a team come to your facilities, you need to ask for their identification, for example. Well, feel free. This is your country. You pay taxes to the government to be so that the government carries out these functions for you. So you should feel free to ask these people for their identification. You can give their work ID and those forms which show that these are from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Even when you come to the ministry, we shall verify that actually this is a form that was given by a team that the ministry sent. Then we have the Uganda, we work in conjunction with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards in relation to the quality and quantity and standards of the petroleum supplies. Then we work with the Uganda Police. Remember, this is enforcement. Enforcement sometimes entails arrests, detentions, confiscation, sealing of facilities. So we work in conjunction with the Uganda Police to ensure that we undertake this mandate. Then, if the operators don't cooperate with the team, with the police, then the matters will be referred to courts of law for further management. For example, it's an offense for one to operate a retail facility without having obtained a petroleum operating license, construction, a construction permit. Those are offenses. Even when you dispense petroleum products which are not of quality and which are contravening the quantity requirements, those are offenses for which you can be prosecuted. The police can investigate. Our teams go on ground to establish whether or not you're dispensing fuel with proper qualities and quantities. If you fail on these tests, they'll furnish a report, and we can, if you fail to comply, the police can be involved. You can be arrested, you can be taken to court, prosecuted, and eventually convicted. And once you're convicted, there's usually a fine or imprisonment or both. So beware. Enforcement action. What enforcement actions have knocked on some, but I will go in detail. Do we undertake mechanisms to ensure compliance with the set laws and regulations? One, license. We talked about that. You have to do this. When the enforcement team comes on ground and they find that you don't have a license, one, you're supposed to display this license at your premises in a visible place at your premises. Many times the teams go on ground and the operators usually say, oh, let's call my boss to give me the license. That's not what it's supposed to be. The licenses are supposed to be displayed in a visible place. Even not displaying that license is an offense in itself. License is one of them. Then monitoring and inspection. inspection is another tool for us to establish that this facility needs enforcement action. We have a monitoring team which visits, regularly visits different places in the country to establish, to find out how are people complying with the laws and regulations that we put in place. How are people complying? So these teams will try to find out, do these people have licenses? What is the problem? Why don't they have licenses? Is it ignorance? What is the problem? So they will put this in a report and notify the commissioner, and enforcement action will ensue. If it is established that actually there's generally lack of compliance. Inspections may be announced or unannounced. Inspectors don't need to announce. Sometimes they can announce, sometimes they will just, punch on your facility to inquire on the other things that we've been discussing. They will inspect books of accounts, etc. Inspections may be carried out on vehicles or moving vessels or because of a license issued under this Act. Then enforcement section 7, the PSA gives the department the authority to encourage, monitor and enforce the implementation of the observance of the free market and fair competition in accordance with other government agencies, in accordance with the Act. Then there's fuel marking, in order to establish compliance with fuel quality, quantity and standards, with the fuel marking, quality control regulations. Actions taken upon establishing non-compliance include, if for example, you found not to comply, to be complying with the regulations, what can happen to you? One, they can seal off your facility. We have some gadgets that we used to seal the facilities that we found not complying. So these seals are government property. Many times we found non-compliant operators to be breaking these seals. Once you seal, you go back and you find that it has been broken. This is government property. Breaking it means you've maliciously damaged government property, which is an offense in itself, for which you can be prosecuted. If you're found guilty, you can be convicted, and a fine or imprisonment term may ensue, or both, fine and imprisonment. So beware, don't break the seals once they're put on your facility. It's delegate government official that is supposed to come and remove this seal. Then the matter can be reported to police. In cases where we find repetitive offenders, they found you don't have licenses in January, come back in May, there's no compliance. Sometimes refer to police for further management. Then police can also eventually refer the matters to court for further management, for example, prosecution. Then in courts of law, you can be sentenced upon conviction, imprisonment with fine, or both fine and imprisonment. Then we also serve warnings to desist from non-compliance and notices to show cause why facility operation should not be terminated. Sometimes we can give you a warning because some people say, I've never heard about the laws and regulations. I don't know what the requirements are supposed to be. So as humans, we can, give you a warning. And sometimes we can give you, if for example, your quality at the facility is not compliant with the standards, they can give you notice to show cause why you're not complying. And if the reason you've given is not sufficient, then further steps will be taken to ensure that enforcement action occurs. Then they can cancel. If, for example, you have a license, but you're acting contrary, the operations at your facility are contrary to the prescribed regulations. Much as you have a license, you got a construction permit, you have an operating license, but sometimes the practices at your facility may be contrary to the standards. You have quality fuel that is not compliant with the standards. You're dispensing the quantities that are not compliant with the standard test. So they give you notice to show cause why you're not complying. If it's not sufficient, they'll cancel your license or revoke it at your peril and risk. Then decommissioning of non-compliant facilities. If you fail, stubborn operators, all these go through them and you're not complying, decommissioning of your facility may arise. Decommissioning, that is destroying, removing completely, and also pushing out of business completely and also. Then challenges faced in enforcement. And then this decommissioning is at your own cost. When you destroy your petrol station, it will be at your cost. You have a facility that is destroyed, and at the same time you're paying for this destruction or removal. Challenges faced in enforcement, there are quite a number. One, continuing and rising non-compliance by operators despite the available enforcement strategies. Non-compliance continues in this sector. That is why this question of mushrooming stations. You find a non-compliant operator, you put them out of business in January, February, not even 2 months later, just 2 weeks, they're back in that business. So that's a challenge because one, we're thin on ground, the logistics are not adequate, so it has been quite difficult for the teams to be ever present in the areas all over Uganda. Then inadequate funds to ensure more regular enforcement, I've mentioned that. Ignorance by the stakeholders. There's a lot of ignorance by the stakeholders. Fuel marking team, which has often organized this workshop. Even last time I said that there's a lot of ignorance by the stakeholders. So this fuel marking program, I don't know if it can organize for us some sessions where, now you see the teams here, the representatives here, probably there's no single representative from people with small one single house because they were raised out of the system way back. But the truth of the matter is that single pump attendants continue. People every day, someone comes up and starts a business operating one pump. Yeah, and when you talk to them, they say they do not know that. And sometimes you look at this one, it's true. You've never heard of the requirements. For them, they just someone operating a business, and they're like, oh, I think this is a profitable business, I should start it. So they just go, get a piece of land, and put it down, and a pump, and they start operating. They don't know the law, they don't know what they're supposed to get, they don't know they need a plan, they don't know they need national environmental approved certificates. It's just they're operating. So I wonder, Mr. Chitimbo, if there's a way, because I know that most of those people operate those one single pumps, most of them are doing it out of ignorance. They do not know what is required. I don't know how we can reach these people. So that, because why am I concerned about this? It's not that these people, many are poor people, but they're trying so much. Recently, I encountered a retired police officer who, when he retired, he got all his money and set up a small one pump in front of shops. Because a friend had told him that this is a profitable business. So he got all his money and put it in. So 4 days into operating, the team went, sealed his station. And now they told him, he said, what? I've heard of all those things. Said you're supposed to get a plan, you're supposed to go to Lima, you're supposed to get this also. What? I don't have all that money. I finished all that money by setting up this thing. This is my whole life savings. And it was true. And that incident was from a person who was working in the Middle East, the so-called Adam. So 1 month before going to the Middle East, he was working at a facility. He worked there for 1 month. So he saw that the bosses were getting money, collecting. So he said, hey, when I come back from the Middle East, I'll set up this facility. So he collected his small monies, came back, rented a small piece of land, like maybe 20 by 30 feet, put up a facility. A few weeks into operation, the team was there, closed his facility. Now he had all his life savings into that facility, and now we're going to close it. And I told you, I don't even have money for those things you're talking about, plan, what, I have nothing. So my life has ended. So I want us to get a way to be empathetic and get a way of helping. Like, what do we do? I don't know what to do myself. I don't know, because there's so many people coming up with their business every now and then. They don't know, they've never heard about these things. So we should get away. Recommendations: increase funding to enable more regular inspections and enforcement and monitoring, of course. Yeah. Then increase sensitization drives among the stakeholders, of course, with sufficient funding. Thank you very much.
Progressing well. We have a few presentations at this moment. I will invite Mr. Ashi to give us a presentation of how government has come up with a mechanism to monitor and control the quality of fuel in the supply chain.
Thank you very much, Peter. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashian from SIGPA. I'm the head of fuel marketing in SIGPA, Uganda. And we'll go through a bit about how we do the fuel marking, who is SIGPA, what are we doing. So, who is SIGPA? SIGPA is SIGPA is a private company. Headquarters is in Switzerland, Lausanne. We have established a local company, it's called SIGPA Uganda. And our company, SIGPA, is specialized in securing, different items. So the idea is to make sure that when you get a product similar to the bottles you have on the table and you see a stamp on top, you are sure about it. That is also one of our products. And the similar products we do is also in fuel. We want to ensure that the fuel that you are collecting from the station is genuine, is good, is legitimate. So this is what we do. The way we do the fuel marking, we put a chemical into the fuel when the fuel comes into the country. So in that way, we are able to test it later and check if the fuel that we find in the station, the ministry, when they find it in the station, is the same fuel that was at the border. So the way it works, we use XRF, similar, it's an equipment that has XRF similar when you go to the hospital and you have XRF, it's similar but very low power. It doesn't harm anything and it's also safe, secure, enclosed. So the marker is also approved by different automotive associations. It was tested to make sure that it does not harm or do any damage to the vehicles. During the test itself, we don't destroy the sample. The same sample we put in the machine, the same sample can also be taken later as evidence in case that it needs to be done as evidence. So we do not, what we call, destroy the sample. We are many places in the world, just a few samples here in the region, Tanzania, Kenya, Mozambique, in West Africa, as you see, Ivory Coast, North Africa, Soroti, a bit in America, Central and South America. The marker, we keep it similar to, you will think, how you keep money in the bank. It's very secure. We are in a secured location. We have a lot of equipment to secure it, to make sure no one that is not authorized can reach the marker. So it is only goes to the right place. CCTV, different security systems. Quality and quantity controls, we do daily inventory. When we open the day, we check, as we said, similar to the bank. When they open the day, they see what they have. When they close the day, they see what has been used, what happened during the day, and reconcile. So these are we doing every site, every day, before we open, before we close. We use the latest technology in the labs that are moving around in the country, and also we have other two labs currently. One is in the ministry, one is with us. The ministry, they do tests for different customers, whoever comes with samples. For ourselves, we'll talk about it also, but we have our own lab for internal quality control. The latest technology, so we have
when it requires to do our software updates, we are all aware, like our phones, like our computers, all the time we are improving. So we do software updates. We have a user-friendly interface. You don't need to be a computer scientist or an engineer or something to use these softwares. They are very simple to be used. The result comes between 3 to 5 minutes, so it's a quite fast result. And all these results can be done in the field itself. So at the station, or wherever it is, this equipment is mobile in the vehicles. You get real-time reports, so it comes from the equipment in the field, transmitted to our servers, and you can see it wherever you are, if it is a ministry, UNBS, or wherever it is. Each test, once again, each test has a what we call GPS location. So if you do a test at the station, we have a proof where this test was done, and different reports that can be done. We'll see the next one. These are samples of the reports that can be done. The ministry can see them per month, per day, for area. It's difficult maybe to see here, but you have different red spots and blue spots. The red ones means that some of them have failed, and the ministry, the bigger the circle, it means more tests. So if you see suddenly a big red circle, they know they have a problem in a certain area. Let's continue. Operations in Uganda, generally about the fuel marking for SIGPA. We started as GFI in 2008. Later, in 2012, the scope has changed. Instead of only supplying the technology, we are also doping what we are doing today at the border up to today. In 2020, GFI was acquired by SIGPA, that's why today it is SIGPA. Our head office for Uganda is in Kampala. In Kenya, we have the fuel marking headquarters in Busia, currently more accurate than Bani. We operate 7 days a week, every day. So if someone tells you something else, he's not telling the truth. We are operating in Busia, Malaba, Mutukula, and Mahati, and if there's any requirement in other locations what we call ad hoc, we are also able to do it. So we operate every day from 8 o'clock in the morning up to around 6 o'clock in the evening. We'll just do briefly about the process. The process starts when the truck arrives to our yard, to the yard where we are, and handover of documents to the supervisor. The supervisor checks briefly the documentation. Since it's just paperwork, the verification will be later, and I will explain. He just sees that he has the relevant documents, the bill of lading, the exit note, calibration chart. These are the documents that we require to be able to start. Then what we do, we verify the documents when we do the entry of the data. So when we capture the information, the DP and temperature and all these things, where we take it, we put it in our system. Our system is linked to URL. So if your exit note does not appear in URL, that exit note cannot work. So we are linked, and that way no fuel that is not passing through URL can be marked. So if that fuel came with a fake document or something, we hand over all these things to URL, to the ministry. Once we are certain the volumes by DP, we arrange the marker and put them into each compartment according to the order and according to the volumes per compartment. Once this is done, the driver will sign that he's satisfied with the process, the agent, and everybody signs and continue. Quality control, as I said, we have our own lab. We check daily our marker to confirm that nothing has been changed, nothing has been modified. Our marker is 100% good to be used in the field. Then also we do different checks, random checks in the field or in our facilities to make sure that marker is always in the right thing. Our QC team also verifies that people are following our process, what we call SOPs, to make sure that No one is trying to play games, and everything is done as per our processes. Cooperation with other agencies, this one. Yes, we are under the Ministry of Energy, but there's other agencies that are benefiting, such as URA, since it's a lot about taxes. So we are in touch with URA and work hand in hand, as I mentioned, because of the integration with our systems. So we do follow the documentation, we do follow densities, and as people from the fuel industry, you know very well how important it is to check the density to make sure that the density that was loaded and the density that you found is similar and it's not too different. And that will be an indication already of some kind of alteration. So that is very important. And also volumes, as we said, the volumes that was loaded is the same volume, or similar volume that we find. Forged documents, all these things, yes. Recently, we shifted, as I said, to Dabani. You can see an area, a picture from the air of Dabani. That's a new facility for the fuel blending, as I think earlier mentioned. And we are now shifted our head office for fuel marking from Busia town. It's now 6 kilometers out. And fuel marking together with blending, the full operation for Busia is being done now in Dabani. Thank you very much.
Once again, I will take you briefly through what we normally do in the field to monitor the quality of the product at the retail stations. After skippers added in the marker, we follow up that marker, assessing the quality in the different retail stations using our mobile laboratory. So, I'll give you a brief introduction, areas of cooperation, the benefit of that quality monitoring. We shall look at the multi-purpose and how the monitoring actually is done and the achievement and the challenges and the way forward. Fuel marking, as we have been here in the morning hearing about, is a government program that has been put in place to manage the quality of fuel through the entire supply chain. Our products are coming in from outside, through Kenya, through Tanzania. So the program manages the quality. At the border, we have labs, check the quality before they mark. In the depots, we take samples to find out if it has not been tampered with from the border end to the depot. And from the depot, also we move to the retail station to see if there is still compliance from the depot to the stations, and how the quality of the fuel in the station is maintained. So in this cooperation, the Ministry of Energy is doing it together with the national standards to ensure that the quality of fuel is okay. So in the areas of cooperation, we are cooperating in terms of quality assurance and monitoring. The Ministry is cooperating with UNBS in managing the field teams. It's cooperating with the UNBS in laboratory operations. It's cooperating with UNBS in terms of human resource. It's cooperating with UNBS in terms of standards development, and together with SIPA, who supply the equipment, the marker. SIPA does the maintenance, the calculations of the equipment to see that the equipment in the mobile labs are doing the right measurements. What are the benefits of this program? One is to protect consumers, because of course the consumers don't know when they just go to the stations what type of fuel quality they are taking. So the government has put into place this program, equipped it with mobile laboratories testing these tail stations to protect the consumer. The other areas is to go to the multiplex and provide fair trade. Fair trade in terms of, in the case other retail stations are smuggling in or dumping or adulterating, they may sell that product which doesn't fit the standard at a lower price and compete with those who are selling genuine product. So the program, as it monitors its quality, it aims at establishing fair competition within the fuel industry so that there is proper competition and wipe out unfair trade. The other benefit is that we help also to protect the consumer, because if you take in adulterated product, your vehicles may be damaged, the engine loss of power. So this program aims at frequently testing that product so that the consumers do not experience this kind of damages to their vehicles. Finally, with the technology SIPAs provided, when we check the quality and the test with the equipment they are providing us, we are able to establish where the product at any retail station has paid tax. We check whether it is not of good quality adulterated, but at the same time also we can find out where this product has paid tax. So this program is a government program which is enabling it to collect the taxes from all those oil marketing companies, so that those who have not collected tax is safe. He mentioned about warranty. When we test and we find that the product does not pay tax, we refer to those companies with such product so that they pay the right taxes government. Now there are three major areas of non-compliance. The first one is adulteration, which is just adding another product, inferior product, to a good one. The most one used is kerosene. These traders, kerosene sometimes is at a lower price. They add it to petrol and diesel. And you go with your vehicle, you assume you are buying petrol, but you are buying petrol with the kerosene added in it. That is adulteration. So this program controls that malpractice of adulteration. The other malpractice is smuggling. As I've mentioned, with the technology we have, we are able to know the product that comes in through porous borders that have not gone through URA through SIPA. We are able to detect it. There are some areas where some products sneaking which have not paid tax, and we are able to get those products when we check with our equipment. The other malpractice is dumping fuel destined for Sudan, Congo. It is passing through the country and then it is dumped within the country. That fuel has not paid tax. So when we reach a station, we are able to identify that malpractice where they have dumped that product, and we are able to close off and refer to such cases to URA so that we control that malpractice within the industry. So those are some of the major benefits, and these are some of the non-conformities found in this fuel industry through the supply chain. Now, during our monitoring, we visit all retail stations and take samples. We take samples from the station, so the owner. We take that sample to our equipment and test it in the mobile labs. We have one here. If you want to view what happens, we have one here, and we have been demonstrating this type of testing since Monday in different places. We have been to Kedeya, we have been to Namatumba, we have been to, yesterday we were in Soroti, yesterday afternoon we were here in Soroti, demonstrating to the public what the government has done acquiring these mobile labs that can visit every retail station and test the products. This is the equipment found in those mobile labs. And when we test, as Ash has mentioned, the test only takes 3 to 5 minutes and we shall get the results. We pick the sample in the presence of the owner, we put in the equipment without adding any chemical, and the equipment has a computer run through to scan the product, and it will be able to detect adulteration, it will be able to detect non-compliance due to dumping or smuggling within 5 minutes. And if the results comes out, and if there is nothing of those malpractices, then we give a pass. Now, if there is non-compliance, it will give a fail within 3 to 5 minutes. And once it gives that fail, what happens? We seal off that facility to not continue to sell that non-compliant product. And then enforcement measures will be taken, as Farida was explaining. Enforcement will be taken, forms will be filled in, the reports are printed there and then from the equipment which has the GPS coordinates, and further actions will be taken on that company that sells such non-compliant products. Now, we have 4,200 test stations in the country as per this month. That's as per yesterday when I looked at the database. 4,206 stations. And we have divided this country into regions. We have 9 regions. With each region having, we assign it a mobile lab to test all the test stations. And as per today, we have been improving on this capacity. Every region, we are able, we have the capacity to reach out all 100% of all the test stations within the country. If you want to verify, just visit any station and ask for them the report. Because once we test, we print out the report for purposes of filing and record, and we leave at the station. This is how we have divided our country in terms of enforcement of quality. We have these 9 regions. We have West Nile, in West Nile, North, we have Northern. This where we are is Eastern region. And we have divided Eastern region into Eastern B and Eastern A. Because of the bigness of this region, we have subdivided it so that we can reach out to every station in every month. The same we have done for Western. We have divided Western A, Western B. The same we have done Southwestern A and Southwestern B. And then we have Central. Looks small, but still Central has congested a lot of stations compared even to these other regions where the stations are a bit scattered. So in all these regions, we assign mobile lab every month, and we reach out to every station in order to protect the consumer, in order to cause fair competition, in order to make sure that people's engines are not damaged, in order to enforce that it's compliance, fair trade. Throughout every month we are reaching those areas. From the last 4 months, we had 122 non-compliances. Eastern, we had 38 cases of non-compliance contributing to 28%. Western, we had 30 contributing 22%. The Southern region, we had 27 complying 20%. Central, we had 17, comprising of 12%. Northern, we had 7%. You would ask these areas, what have you done where you are finding high non-compliance? Now, what we have done in those areas where we are having high non-compliances, we have set up another team. You know, these people are very clever. But we have set up another team, not only once a month, another team to follow through. You know, when they know that you have left, they do their manyanga. But also we have learned a trick. Once we are here today, even next week or tomorrow we can come back. That's why we are finding that in these areas we want to wipe up this kind of thing. frequent monitoring, frequent visiting in all those retail stations, so that at the end of the day, at the end of the month, they will give up because we shall be there more than once. When we look at that kind of non-compliance, generally in the whole country, when you sum every month, we are at 99.4 compliance. That's a very good one. We all want is to achieve 100 compliance, but at least we are 99.4. There is a few elements that we shall frequent until we wipe out those few elements. Our coverage, I have already mentioned, is 100% coverage, and now with the equipment we have. When we began this program, we had a few mobile labs, but over time, the government has, through SIGPA, has acquired more mobile labs, and we have divided the country, and we want to reach out every corner of every village as more frequent as possible to protect the consumers. Achievement. We have continually trained our staff on the system, as Ashley has mentioned. We have undertaken upgradation for our laboratories. Those are some of the achievements. We have increased our capacity to 9 mobile vehicles. When we began this program, we had only 2. We could not come with the whole country. But we have reached 9, and we are increasing our capacity with the other mobile labs to do follow-up in those areas where we suspect high risk rates of non-compliance. Those areas where we suspect high non-compliance, we shall follow up more frequently so that we reduce those kind of non-compliance in those areas. Public awareness is one of our achievements. This public awareness, we do it at retail stations. Like in this video, in this week, we have been at different retail stations informing the public. Today we are here informing you stakeholders what we have done. We have been on different radios. Yesterday we were on Voice of Teso. Yes, in Mbale we were on Elgon, so that we talk the public. They call back, they give us the feedback. We give them our toll-free number so that we can reach out one another very quickly so that we can get information concerning what is happening within the industry. So awareness is very important. As Farida was saying, we shall continue with this awareness program so that we achieve 100% compliance. We have enhanced class confidence, because when we come at the station, we pick the sample in the place of the owner, we test in the place of the owner, and if it's not compliant, we seal in the place of the owner. Much as also at the border, they do that marking in the place of the owner of the product, so that the whole process is transparent. Now, challenges, trickery methods of some of the oil companies, fuel selling stations. They have mentioned about changing of ownership. I will not explain much of that. When some of these retail stations, when they fail, today it's Mombasa filling station. Once he knows the law has caught up with him, he sells it to another person without telling him what the problem was. And then when we follow up, the person he has sold find themselves in problems. They have been using these kind of tricks. But within our system, we are setting up a database such that even we have now, in all these 4,160 stations, we have captured the owner of the station. We have captured the GPS. We have captured the telephone number, everything. Even when you change, we shall know, we shall get to you individually. You will be responsible. We have captured all that information in that data system. Where there is change of management, change of location, and then there is this device. Sorry. This device. Once, we are monitoring, but once they know that they communicate these stations, when our person, the mobile app is informing, they inform the people in Soroti and Soroti that the team is coming. So what they have been doing is pumping out the bad product, putting the good product, so that when you arrive, you receive the good product. When you leave, they put back the bad product. But we are also, as we increase our frequency, there is a way we can detect this. Because you check the nozzle, it is giving, because even if you pump out, in the line, the body product will remain there. So we are able to catch such people. Then they add, check the tank, my product is good. But when you leave, he puts the bag, but we shall be coming back more frequent. Even if you take away the product, we have also devised mechanism to counteract that. Some claim they are mixed accidentally, but also what you have found the challenge is that the transporter also mix along the way. It may not be unintentional of the buyer in the Soroti who is selling at the system, but the person he has given to transport the product from Mbale, when he reaches Kumi, he sees for his officer at the scene another product. By the time it reaches Soroti, it is the same volume of 10,000, but it has been tampered with. But both the same, we are also looking at enforcing that by checking the products on the trucks. Then some challenges is we reach a station, the dipsticks are not there, keys, the tanks are not there. So through this sensitization, we have been informing these station owners, make sure your tanks are calculated, and the keys are there, the dipsticks are there, for the staff to verify the quantities in the tanks. And then we have this vital food. I told you that they communicate. Some just run away and abandon. They know you are in Soroti, you are heading to Serere. Those people in Serere, they took off. By the time you reach there, you find the station is abandoned. But also that one, we are devising a mechanism of how we shall handle those ones. You run away, we shall put a stick. And then you call us and we shall come back and we test to find out which actually what was in the tank. And then the breaking of the seal, fighters mentioned it, it's against the road to break the seals. And some of them, when we are broken the seals, when we have put the seal, you can see this one. They put the seal. What he did, he removed the hose pipe and put a new nozzle. He bypassed. We have seen these devices, but as we enforce, we also go ahead of the tricks which they are using so that we can comprehend them. Way forward. Increase monitoring, increase enforcement of the standard. Additional equipment, commitment to fighting substandard product. Once we increase the frequency, increase the additional equipment to enforce the standard. Increase the awareness so that nobody will be ignorant about the operations and the activities and enforcement the government has put into place to protect the consumer through this awareness. Retail station owners, we are encouraging through this sensitization to cooperate during the testing so that there is fair competition among the industries involved. It's one of our way forward. We encourage the OMCs also to do self-monitoring, measure the densities at the test stations when you receive the product, wherever you are bought from. Because some of them, they claim, I bought from Mugazi in Bali. It's not my problem. I've received it in the Soroti. This is the person also. But even when you claim you have bought it from there, we shall verify it from wherever you have bought it from. So we encourage them to do self-monitoring by having some hydrometers to check when you receive the product at the station. In case it has been dumped, it has been adulterated along the way. We encourage corporate. We need cooperation within the local authority to enforce. That's why we are doing this awareness. Cooperation with the local government. There is an area where we have fuel being sold in bottles and jerrycans on the streets. The local government, local authority, we need cooperation to wipe out those vices where fuel is being sold in bottles and jerrycans. Because during our enforcement, we specifically look at the test stations, but it is not allowed to sell those products. The local government, you are supposed to help us to enforce, put bylaws, put measures to curb out that malpractice. It's not good. The quality, the quantity is not ascertained. The dangers associated with it in terms of safety, we need to cooperate in those areas. We shall continue to update our system so that we protect the consumer. With that, if you have any challenges in issues, if you receive any complaint, this is our toll-free number. You can call this toll-free number, and these are our numbers. These are my numbers. Call any of those numbers, we shall come to you. We shall reach out to you. If you have suspicion of people adulterating, if you have suspicion of drugs dumping, if you need further guidance after this awareness of what to do, those are the numbers you can call. When you call, I know which mobile lab is in the region. I can reach out to them. They can reach you. Go and test that site in your presence and confirm those allegations which are in your areas. Feel free to call and reach out to the enforcers. With that, thank you for listening. We have one more before we go into a time of discussion concerning measurements. You know you can get good quality. That's good. We have put measures for that. But what about the quantity? You pay for 10 liters, they serve you 8 liters. Here is the man benefits.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Boniface Kapere, and I'm Inspector of Weights and Measures at Uganda National Bureau of Standards. And I will be presenting on the role of legal metrology in fuel monitoring. Legal metrology is more of a phrase, words, legal and then metrology. And we know that legal is a very common one. It's pointing to the law. But this metrology. Metrology is the most basic and the oldest science, and it is the science of measurement. Here I have to distinguish between the two words which have become very common in government today: metrology and then meteorology. We are not talking about Stevenson screens and the climate, no. We are talking about measurement. They may also use measurements, but here is where the science, where the focus is. So we all measure to be able to know. And in ancient times, kings used to provide the standards for measurement. That when a king was, ascended to the throne, they would measure the length, and that became the standard for the time. So it was used as early, as long ago as that. Even when you go to scripture, the Bible begins with a phrase which says, "In the beginning." That is, there's someone who failed to pronounce that one. But in the beginning is already setting, measurement, a time. So you cannot do without measurement. And therefore, society has evolved until these measurements have been standardized to be able to help us in making various decisions. And whenever you have measured, you are able to make a good decision. Here in Teso, you know that oranges are being bought by Tejo, but they are also the ones you buy from the street. I think there is more value for the other one where they measure than the one you find at the roadside. So, and a society that does not measure remains backward. So we should be at that place where we are able to measure. So the science of measurement, which is metrology, is divided into three. There is what we call scientific measurement and metrology. There is what we call industrial metrology, and then ecometrology. In scientific metrology, you are basically addressing the units of measurement, setting the standards which you are going to use to determine the quantities, whether it is time, whether it is length, whether it is mass. In scientific metrology is where you set the unit and you say, so much will mean so much. Now, that science has to become useful, and when it goes into industry, you'll find people who understand the science behind it. We call it scientific metrology. But then there is metrology, measurement, which helps us. Before you have that pot of water, and if you look at it, you see 500 mils. None of us were there when the 500 mils were being determined. But we trust that that is 500 milliliters, and therefore we can even put our money to it and buy with confidence. So that is what we call legal metrology. It is a branch that is subject to legal control, and it even sets penalties where there is breach. Now, the key objective is consumer protection. Legal metrology's aim is to protect society against consequences of wrong measurement. Supposing instead of 500 mils in that bottle, you had 300 mils, you would pay for less than what you intend to buy. And we will be seeing those kind of scenarios in the fuel trade. Now, by doing that, we are trying to establish a regime of fairness in trade, that you pay for what you have known, you pay for the right quantity. As you give away your money, you know you are achieving, you are getting that quantity that you intended to have. Now, there is a legal framework in which these measurements are enforced, and in Uganda, the responsible entity is Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Unbs has an act, CAP 210, which is the Unbs Act, and that act provides the basis, the mandate for Unbs to administer this legal metrology in the country. And then we also have the Weights and Measures Act, CAP 84, currently under review. There is a bill in Parliament to address this and even expand the scopes. Cap 84 provides the requirements and controls for legal metrology generally. That is where you find the rules, the determination of who is allowed to authorize equipment for use in the country. Then under that law, there is also provision for the Minister of Trade to be able to establish rules that help in administering areas that may not be clear. Usually these are the technical aspects of a particular field. And for the case of fuel, we have the weights and measures dispensing pumps, bulk meters and bulk measures rules. 2007, there is an amendment to it. 2011, maybe there would have been a current one now if the bill had been passed. This one provides the technical requirements, technical and meteorological requirements for equipment that are used in the custody transfer of fuel. Now, the role of legal metrology is to ensure that the quantities are accurate, quantities of fuel. You know that we get our fuel from outside Uganda. Now, at that point of dispatch, there is a volume that is declared. We need to be sure that that quantity is correct. And there are mechanisms that legal metrology uses to be sure that that measurement is right. And then, when the fuel now finally enters the country, we will be interested in taxes. And as the presenter from SIGPA was telling us, they do the marking based on a measurement. At that stage, there must be assurance that the measurement they are using, they are basing on to dose the fuel is correct. So we regulate that area, and then from the border it will come in. Maybe it will go to a fuel station straight away, or it will go to a depot. There will be reception of that fuel from whoever has been transporting. Value is being transferred, even if the transporter is the owner of the fuel. There is one player transferring fuel to another player, and at that stage we have to be sure that the quantities are correct. And when in storage, after storage, then it will be distributed to the different places where the consumption will happen. Again, there will be a measuring instrument that is quantifying the fuel. Until we get this fuel delivered to the motorist, there will be equipment that are measuring at different stages. At all those stages, the measurements have to be correct for the trade to remain fair and meaningful. So legal metrology ensures that in the country, a homogeneous level of accuracy has been established. When you say you are measuring fuel on a road tanker, there will be a dipstick. Every dipstick has been verified by UNBS. And therefore, you can depend on it, whether you are using it in company A or in company B, or you are using it in Kisoro or you are in Karamoja, it will be a correct measure. And these ones facilitate trade transactions, including taxation. Now, the scope of actions that we take to make sure we have these accurate measures include: one, type approval of the equipment types. That when you say this pump is called X, Y, wherever you find that pump, it must have an approval that that model does not have features which can be manipulated, and also provides for the inspectors to see after the correct measurement has been set, and also provides that nobody else is able to access the equipment and cause it to malfunction deliberately to cheat anyone. So that one is done on equipment types. And then we also do what we call verification. We do have initial verification that when equipment are just coming into the country, they are tagged to Unbs for intervention to verify whether they are compliant with the metrology laws. Then, and after they have entered the country and they have been installed wherever they are, still verification happens on a periodic basis. And each of them has a different period depending on the intricacy of the equipment and its use. They are established periods. So those first two give us that assurance. Now, we also continue monitoring, because in partner approval, we interact with whoever is bringing and we talk. In verification, both initial and the subsequent, we know there are areas which have been established. Customs will send the equipment to us. During subsequent verification, we will visit the sites where these equipment are, for those ones which are fixed, and the ones which are not fixed are brought to us. So there is interaction, we continue, we even dispatch information if we are coming to visit. Now, in continuous monitoring, where we do inspection, we do not announce that we are coming. We go to any site, any time, between the intervals of verification to ascertain that nobody is tampering with this equipment within that time. We also, for the road tankers, we have teams at the border points. We have at Mutukula, we have at Busia, Malaba. These teams will always check the verification that is on the road tankers to make sure that at the point of bringing in fuel, you do not have SIGPA mark the fuel based on a wrong measurement. We also license the technicians who help in maintenance of this equipment. If you are going to be a repairer, you must have authority from UNBS permitting you to deal with a particular equipment. So there is assessment, the competencies have to be determined. So not everybody is allowed to go there. You may be an engineer, yes, you have everything, you understand, but if you don't come for the authority, find you are repairing, measuring, dispensing pump, we will prosecute you. Then we also handle complaints, and and where they are qualified for prosecution, we go ahead and present them in the appropriate court of law, which is specifically established to deal with the standard issues, utilities, and tours. So, what do we verify? We verify road tankers every year. Every year, each of those road tankers is supposed to come to the calibration rig and we do the verification. And it carries a valid chart and certificate of there are some times when there is conflict between the delivery and what he has received. Now, at that point, they want to be sure that what has been brought in is correct. So they go on to request verification of their static tanks on a periodic basis. Also, it's the basis for licensing. So that verification comes into scope because of that. The flow meters, both in the depots, consignment sites, and then aviation facilities are also verified, and this one is once every 6 months. Similarly, the fuel dispensers, once every 6 months. This is the equipment that we normally use for verification of fuel dispensers. It's basically a container which has been standardized in the laboratory, and it will always have a point where it shows the exact point where the volume marks, with provision of tolerances that are acceptable. So we use these equipment to check the fuel pumps, and after we have checked, then we seal. This is a seal. Now that seal on this pump will be inside here at this point, and this particular pump is now open, but there is a panel which is supposed to close that area. So you will normally not see this seal. However, the seal has been placed. This wheel which you see on this type of pump is the only area where you can make those adjustments of the quantities. So we seal them. It is made in such a way that once it is locked, you cannot open and put it back by yourself. Once you open it, it will stay open. And it begins reporting to us. As we progress, we want even to leverage technology that it does a real-time reporting. So that is the protection that we put there. However, because we close up this place, we will put for you a sticker to show you that the pump has been verified. And the sticker has been blown out here. It will have the period when it was the verification was done, and then it will also show you when it will be due. Unfortunately, this one already expired, but that is the idea behind it. This area will show you. Actually, if you now find this kind of sticker where 2025 was the due date in September, that one expired long ago, you can't be sure of the delivery. But it must be a current date. Now, for the road tankers, we have a facility, the calibration rig, where we do the verification. There are some private facilities also where the Bureau does the verification as well. But we remain in control of the proving equipment. These ones, the standards which are used in that verification. What are the emerging issues? Number one, worth of pointing out is that UNBS is pursuing harmonization of standards with both regional and the international partners. An example is that the ESC, we are harmonizing procedures for verification of road tankers, so that the way it is done in Kenya or Tanzania will be the same way it is done in Uganda. And that has many advantages. That we do not have delays in the process, in that business. Clearance, we are removing those bottlenecks in that area. What is delaying is that the regulations, whereas the procedures are harmonized, they cannot be implemented because the regulations are still defining. So that is also an ongoing process at the ESC. The other one is that new equipment are tagged for UNBS intervention at the import. Every equipment that comes in before it can be fielded has to go to UNBS, and then we will be able to check the meteorological functions and ascertain whether they comply with the laws of the country. Maybe another one which I didn't highlight there was that when we do verification of road tankers, we do have a space which is left for safety. Now, government has entered into fuel blending, and what is happening is that people are requesting that we increase, we make sure that whole space is covered, and not do that one. It does not, it's not safe that we verify up to date, because these products are dangerous, they are hazardous. With temperature changes and so on, they're going to expand, and we don't want to create that risk. However, we are beginning to understand that by the time some of the drugs arrive, they have already taken up the whole measure, and yet government is expecting a 5% addition to that point. Those are areas, those are things which are emerging, and together we need to address them. The other issue, this is supposed to be a challenge, is the limitation in information that is in the public regarding the measurement of fuel. We have had the issue of equam. I went to the other petrol station and they gave me equam. And we've tried to look to analyze this problem. Most of the time, it's not that the machine is the one giving a quam. If you are to look for the machine which gives a quam, you will probably find it is 0.1% something. points. Most of them, because in the verification process, we are looking at whether when it is metering, it is only metering that media, which is the fuel. It's part of the verification that we do. And that machine has been made blend parts to make sure if there is any presence of air, that air is removed before the metering unit is reached. For those who interface with these machines, you could be seeing a vent somewhere on the machine, making sure that air is removed. Some of them even have a sight glass that you should be able to see if there is any introduction of air. So when we do the verification, those are areas that we look at. But where does it one come from? Sometimes you are entering a petrol station and there's a billboard declaring a certain price. And then you get inside, there is a price which the dispenser is going to use in calculating the fuel. And you will not look at that price. If that price is higher than the one at the billboard, your expectation of much fuel is killed. You are going to get less because the machine is using this figure to calculate for you the correct amount of fuel. So when you go to that petrol station, observe that. Also, when you ask for 50,000 shillings worth of fuel, observe whether this person is actually setting 50,000 and lifting that nozzle, putting it in your tank, and delivering all of it into that tank. The problem is that we tend to use these stations as a point for you to relieve. You reach, that's when you catch up with other businesses which you were postponing because you were driving. Now, you remain at the mercy of the operator. Not all of them are honest. So you find you ask for 50,000, someone says 5,000. Delivers and gives you. And when you people say 5 and zeros, you walk away, but you have taken 5,000 shillings worth of fuel, 1 liter instead of 10. So be careful when you go there. Behave like the way you behave when you go to buy meat. When I go to buy meat, usually I will reach there and ask for whatever the quantity is. And as the man is moving, I'm watching, he goes down there, he comes up, I'm watching. He puts it here, sometimes he wants to put it down and cut. I said, now, after you have cut, put it back, I see. Because some of them tend to leave some pieces down there. So, watch fuel the way you watch meat. And then challenges of identifying verified equipment. That's what I have just gone through. So we are here to demystify some of these things. There are several of them, and we've been declaring the border guys. These ones of Soroti, what I noticed is, because at one moment I arrived on a bus, and something like 9 or 10 or 15 of them were swarming, coming to pick one client. He has put fuel in that tank, but he's swarming around the client. But at the end of the day, only one person will take a passenger. The others have wasted that fuel. But when they set off from that point to go to Soroti, that's when you will say, they gave me air. because this fuel always takes me to Soroti, but he was wasting it in Swami. Soroti is also hot. He's at the station and opening the tank, and that fuel, when it is in the tank and it is little, they normally take sometimes less than a liter even, 2,000, 3,000. It expands and fills the tank. Every time he opens it, it evaporates. He puts back. By the time he gets a customer to move, he's less. And still about border papers, when we verify these pumps, they have a minimum delivery where the machine is accurate, usually 2 liters. Now if someone is taking half a liter, the machine is like it is just beginning to sense that it has been told to deliver, then suddenly told to stop. It will either give more or less. So if you are the unfortunate one who gets less, you'll be thinking about what? So encourage them, plan. In a day they don't just take that half liter. In a day they take more than that. They can compound and have their fuel so that they can benefit from that. So there's a lot. But the way forward we will continue with the sensitizations so that all of us together, I mentioned that a society that doesn't measure is backward. Now, let's all work together and help the society to become less backward. I'm not saying you are backward. I'm also part of this society. So let's help ourselves and our brothers who may not know. And then we are strengthening the local, regional, and international collaboration so that when our measurements are understood to be correct by our partners across the border, we do not have bottlenecks. That someone, what you have measured, they also want to measure. Maybe we can check, but we don't have to waste all the time doing all the measurement. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Boniface. We shall take some remarks, questions from what you have perceived since morning. If you have some questions, recommendations, action point you need us to improve, this is the forum which at this moment, we shall do that as we come towards the close of this workshop. You put up your hand, and we shall be taking a badge and responding to some of those clarifications in the process. Let's have a microphone. You put up your hand. There is a hand here. You mention your name, probably where you're coming from, title, and then we take on your question or recommendation.
Thank you very much. My name is Moses Ogwak, Senior Environment Officer in the District Local Government. I have 2 questions. One is on biofuel, and the one I'm going to talk about in particular is the one where they're using maize, cassava to produce the biofuel. The challenge that we are having is the disposal of the waste. I have a live example. My place, my farm is 10 kilometers in Noya, but even in the stretch which is coming from that corner of the industry, it spreads over a distance of 10 kilometers. I don't know if there is a way this waste can maybe try, because the way they are disposing it, they dump in the garden, and it is bringing a lot of discomfort. most of these mushrooming single pump, it is not a fuel station, I would say.
The issue of tax, very clear that the trading license is not for us. But just like the gentleman has placed, there is a lot of data within the districts of our operation. Supposing we say for operations we should tax these fellas. At the ministry, you don't come and clean our places. It is the districts who do it. The law, the Local Government Act, mandates us as districts to initiate new taxes. So for cleaning that place, these fellows should pay. How about that?
Let's take another one. There's a hand this side.
Thank you very much. Alice Yame, District Natural Resources Officer, Katapi. My question is, you mentioned from there like fuel being moved in jerry cans, being sold in bottles. What happens in upcountry, places where there are no petrol stations? How are we going to handle that?
My name is Aucha Flavia, Piscopula Namuria. Mine is on the approval processes. When you look at the line of approvals, it is very long. Is there a way we can reduce these approvals? Because when you look at fiscal planning, probably it sits once in a month. And if the person comes and finds that that sitting is done, has to wait, then it goes to the building committee. The building committee also sits once. When it goes to NEMA to get the certificate is less, in most cases it's less than 3 months for those people to get the certificate. And yet this person, like the presenter put it, that is the only saving he has got and is looking at making profits immediately. Is there a way we can see that we reduce these approval processes that we've lined up for this? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. George is the name. District Natural Resources, Soroti. My issue is on the air. The presenter in his presentation is not yet convinced that a quam exists, that the issue of a quam exists on the ground. I want to say, as a department, you need to put more research or more study in that area. In fact, invest in it and you will come to know it. Why am I emphasizing it? As a person, I suffered from a quam. We reached in Bale and the tank red was red. You branched the petrol station, asked for a fuel of 100,000 and drove home. By the time you reached IU, the university, the tank was red. Then we drove back to the petrol station. You see, what is it? Immediately we drove back. in fuel. He now put the actual fuel. That's how we confirm that the chauffeur pump exists. Thank you.
Thank you. I think let's first respond to those ones before we take on another batch of questions. And in the response, my colleagues may respond to some of them. The first one was from the producers of the ethanol, whose waste disposal, which they are doing, is affecting the quality. Mr. Hatim, please get a microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Moses, the Senior Environment Officer MLIA. You raised an issue of one of the producers. The effluent is a problem. I'm aware the company is working on that product to do what they call the DDGS, the distilled dried grains with soybeans. And this is a very good animal feed. So I know this is work in progress that they are doing. And I also know that NEMA was also following up on that very issue. So we're going to continue and make a follow-up with the same, and then we ensure that some of these recommendations are worked on. Thank you.
Thank you, I'm Ati. Single pump, Mr. Diesel. As local government, what can we do? What can the local government?
I think what the local government is simple. If you have to stop this by not advised by practice. Already, the local government, those consumer pumps allocated in those local governments, those locations. First of all, they don't have your approved plan. We assume they don't have your approvals. The approval of architectural drawings. So from that point, get rid of them. Are we together? I presume they don't have approved plans, which I'm sure already that's an illegality according to your laws. The other challenge we have is usually issue them trading licenses now. That's another challenge, another illegality. So you're legalizing an illegality already. So that's a challenge. But what you could do, the easiest way is let us not issue approvals to them. You can even get rid of them by telling them you are not approved in our locality, so get out to as simple as that.
Sometimes you get them doing this questions.
No, but the beginning point, any development, local government. If I'm building a house in my place, local government come immediately to check whether you have an approval. That's the starting point here. So local government, we should work together and so we can get rid of these so-called demonstrating single pumps. Usually our enforcement team, when they are going to come to your districts, they visit your offices first before they roll out. So this discussion should be on that ground. If you don't have an approved plan, then my people will not be having out of work. They will not. As simple as that.
But on that one, yes. I think all of us, local governments are needed. They need the local government. When you see that UNBS has set aside, and the community need, honestly, let us see. In some places where we come from, these single camps are needed. Some of us are driving 30 kilometers to go and do it. You want to work, you are driving 30 kilometers after 60. That is go and that is come back. Somebody that knows what the service, however illegal it is. But the service is also legalized by other organizations like you want to certify.
That one, in concurrence with us banning the what? The bottle fuel. Because now that is the wrong option for some of us who work in the village. We can't drive 30 kilometers and look at it.
a recognized fuel station, maybe this one, which is 2 kilometers, right? It can be divided more than maybe legislature. That's why we need you, since this is an engagement. We need to engage our MPs to revise that.
Yeah. I think you have a point, but I think there are two questions in one. The issue was where we have stations and have single pumps. So the argument is we should work with local government. If they don't have approved plans, they should stop, they should cease operation. Now areas, there are technologies which are coming up. I've seen some technologies coming up, which we at the moment don't have standards, and that's what we're working on with the standards of group. They are called containerized stations. In some areas of this region, they are working. So we're working on those, they are cheaper and they're movable. So we're looking at those options also, on having cheap way of setting up stations. And that's one of the solutions is to have containerized fuel stations.
Maybe this and the other thing we can also...
That one we need to talk about it, so we are just...
The issue is we don't have stands for now. That's what we're working on now.
And we need to make awareness. We go deeper into what you mentioned. Yes. Don't make a statement and leave it. How shall we know? Because we need to go and sensitize people. Say there is this plan now.
What I'm saying is right now we don't have standards. Anything which comes up, it comes with standards. So I've told the people there's a need for some cheaper way of putting up a station. And one of them is containerized fuel stations. In Kenya, they are operating, they are working, even in Tanzania. So we're looking at, but we start with standards. So that's what we're working on now. We have instructed even minister working in that direction.
And also from this awareness, you have been informed about the size areas. We should encourage where these people have begun. Let's begin off with the sizable land which meets the requirement. So that even if he has begun with a single pump, but on a piece of land which meets the standard, progressively he can bring it to the level of a filling station, to a level of a service station. Are we together? As we are causing this awareness, let's encourage them, even in those places which are deep where saying we can, there are no safe filling stations. Let's encourage investors, first of all, to acquire a sizable land that meets the specification of the ministry, so that he can begin the process of construction with your approvals as we look at a bigger station, or filling station, or service station that fits within the standard. That's why we are here to encourage, so that we inform our people, so that whatever they do, let them work within the specified limits of the standard.
Maybe such thing we could also handle this issue of taxes, filling licenses.
Yes.
So they are saying, somebody is saying that these people tend to litter rubbish, rubber and station. I think the issue is there are a number of taxes which are levied on these properties. There's one called property tax, which is also there. There's also local service tax. All those taxes are being collected by local government. So you can use such money to do that, such activity. Now the other issue is, pharmacies, yes, they're not supposed to get trade licenses. But these people have turned it around, they have renamed it, they have given it another name. So basically that's how you can work on that. Pharmacies, I'm told, they are not supposed to get trade licenses, but they are paying. Using another name, operation license. So you can take the nomenclature, something else, meaning that.
Okay, maybe I can also add on that. In Kampala, even at home, we pay those garbage collectors every month. You understand? Yes. So in the district, you can come up with the bylaws, not only the station, but how, when you collect garbage from your area, a fee to be charged even on a domestic scale. In Kampala, we are paying or per household And that one cuts across, whether you are in a station, whether you are renting to collect your garbage, you pay something to the garbage collector. Because these garbage collectors have got tenders within the districts. And in order to that functions, they have to have revenue and taxes which they are paying the districts. And the whole process, we pay them. That in the same way, in the local government. If you are to collect garbage from these stations, it's not for free, actually. It's not for free. We should work out that one in the same way we collect domestic taxes. Yes, something.
Thank you. Just like you have explained, in almost every discussion, you realize the need to do collaboration with the local governments. But in this case, the law is telling us not to touch in terms of licensing. Okay? There is the issue of the pharmacies, the law firms, and all those others that are not supposed to license. And yet they are operating within our local governments. Like Kau Bukedia said, in fact, some time back, I had an accounting officer here at the city who said, if you don't want to pay, you go and operate in well. But so long as you're operating in an urban area like Soroti city, you must pay. There was also a clarification by Solicitor General to that effect, that what we are charging is a fee for you to operate within our local government, as mandated by the Local Government Act. You just told us to do regulation to protect the consumers. I, town clerk of Soroti City West Division, wrote to all those operating, selling petrol in jerry cans, okay? Not to interfere, not to sell petrol in jerry cans, such that we protect the established petrol stations. Why are we protecting them? Because they pay taxes to us. But if they don't pay taxes to us, they would rather encourage this one selling in the jerry cans who will pay market dues.
Members, this thing we're going to talk about. There are a number of taxes. As I said, I've mentioned some of the few. There's property tax. There is also local service tax. So sometimes they are being equality operation tax. There are a number of things we are using. The difference don't make any sense.
I think let me give a clarification to the town clerk. By the time the law says don't charge this tax on this business, it means that that business has paid tax sum to the central government. We are also a beneficiary of that money from the central government. For example, like a petrol station. If I'm licensing it, it must pay 1 million shillings, and I put it in a consolidated fund. And you are the beneficiary of the consolidated fund in one way or another. So by the time the law says don't tax it, the government has taxed it somewhere. So we are trying to avoid what we call double taxation and to make the product more expensive. To me, if the law says don't tax it, but there are other areas that you can tax, because in a petrol station, it is specifically petroleum business. If I have a supermarket, that is not a petroleum business. If I have a restaurant, that is not a petroleum business. If I have other activities I'm doing on the petrol station, it is not what? A petroleum business. Those ones you can tax them. Then the issue of cleaning and these other services, all those other services are paid for. If you contract somebody to collect the garbage, the garbage collector is not a charity person, he is not collecting it for nothing. They must pay for. But we are talking specifically the trading license. On the trading license to the petroleum business. That's what the law says. Because the petroleum product has paid import duty. The facility has also paid the revenue to the government. So what the government was trying to do is to avoid double taxation and to make the product more expensive and not affordable. I submit.
You know what? Let me just give some small submission. As he has mentioned, you know, the consumer will always absorb. You tax them, they increase the price. It will be the same person again. You see the prices are high. Because once he pays that, he will compound that what he has given out of his palm price. And as you come to take the fuel, you will feel what is submitted that in order to control the price to be affordable, let us not do double taxation. This, there was Flavia from Abrea says the approval process is long. Is there a way it can be looked into to reduce that process?
Apparently, that's the process is like that. But within our agencies, for example, local government, the National Building Review Board has introduced a system called BIM, Building Information Management System, which where you are required, where the developer is required to submit his plans using that system. And the other side, the other side, the headquarters, they monitor the progress. If the delays in local government is what they call automatic approval, it's provided for in the system, I'm told. If you delay, that's out there. And on our side, our client charter says we need to give you an approval within 14 days. That's our side, that's our work. NEMA, that's what I can't do. But we have environment officers here. We have environment officers where they can verify that. On our side, within 14 days of the application, we must have approved it. Under BIM, the process is known, is being monitored by the National Building Review Board.
He has some submission.
Thank you. Maybe before you sit, you talked about the area that should be covered by the fueling stations and the service stations. The areas that you talked about, are those the bare minimum or the maximum? Okay. Now, the issue of revenue shall be until tomorrow. Because I've been in local government for a long time, there's a time we received something from Ministry of Finance, and one of the areas they told us to tax was the operation of fuel stations. I think at our level now, the ministry, we need to harmonize certain things before they reach us. Because you're telling us they should not pay trading license. But for us, we shall charge them operation license. Because it's one of the ways we're supposed to, they're operating in our areas. So how are we going to benefit? We shall create a tax operation license and they'll pay. My question is that, I don't know, on blend, what are the land use implications of fuel production in Uganda as a country?
Yes, blending, we shall respond to that. From Soroti, he says we should do further studies on this air, EQUAM. EQUAM, from our presenter, he denied that it doesn't exist. It exists, but he elaborated that they have done all the necessary measures on the equipment to see that it does not give EQUAM. But EQUAM exists in many forms. If you are not vigilant on arrival at the station, he has mentioned one. There is a pump price they put on the billboard. It can say 50,000, 5,000. But actually, when on the, it can say 4,000, but when actually on the pump, there is 5,000. So if you are taking 2 liters and you are paying 10,000, 2 liters and a half, considering the price you have seen at the billboard of 4,000, yet here on the pump it is 5,100, it will not reach 2 liters. And the other thing also, here in Uganda, we normally take fuel in terms of money, shillings. We don't take fuel in terms of liters. And these palm prices, like last week, Shell may be at 5,100. Today, here in Soroti, it's 5,200. Now, if you spend 20,000 last week and you think you will get the same quantity this week, it will not be so. On the same station. Now, if you had planned your journey, 20,000, which you have been taking at that price last week, and you pay 20,000 this week, you will not be able to reach salary. And then you will say, they have given me one. He has told you, these people, not all of them are honest. You give him 50,000, he will punch into the machine 5,000. We must be observant when we reach at the station. If you are not, even in rush hours, he may not put anything. There are borders there. For you on your mobile phone, you are seen as punched. He will just, some of them may not even lift the nozzle. Or he put in there, he has punched in 50,000, but he has not pressed the nozzle. You pay the money, you have not observed, you will see the figure is still there, but actually he has not pressed the nozzle into your tank, and he has not dispensed anything. By the time you reach a few kilometers, when you come back, say, let me give you. He knows he has cheated you and you have come back. Actually, he didn't press the nozzle. So we should be very vigilant. As the presenter said, when you go to buy meat, you observe that the weighing machine has been struck. You should be very observant that the machine begins from zero. Now, there are instances when they are serving, and there are many people, he may not put the nozzle back. The last person took 30,000. For you come, you say, I need 50,000. He does not place back the nozzle to begin from zero. He begins from 30. And at the end of it, you see it running. It reaches 50, but he began from 30, which was the original. You think you have taken fuel of 50, you have taken of 20. You drive, you don't reach the place. These are vices, not of the machine has been calibrated and maintained, but the person operating the machine is dishonest. He observes your attention and he sees that you are not paying attention, and then he reaches. That's why we are here to sensitize you, so that you can learn some of these vices. Some of them may have a jerrycan. You say 50,000. You think he has put the nozzle in your tongue. You see the thing running, but actually it's not going to be your tongue. These are vices which are common with dishonest, some of these boys who are operating the pumps. And some of them, they do them without the knowledge of the manager. Let's be observant while we are taking fuel. That's why we are here to sensitize you. Let's take maybe the last batch of question. Team, can you use biofuel?
Yeah, thank you. You asked the question on the implication. For now, as we are beginning, they said it would be neutral. Why? Because we have some excess production. When you look at some people who are into molasses, but as we move on, you see where we're doing the licenses. We even have a requirement to look at, like, if they're going to be using cassava or corn, who are your outgrowers? So we anticipate that since we have some land that is idle, we may have a positive impact on, like, people moving into growing the corn to provide a raw material, or even the cassava as a raw material. So we expect it to be neutral, but as we move on, we expect to have a positive impact within the land use. Thank you.
Thank you. We we are still around in the district. We have given you our contacts. But if you still have some burning issue, let me take one or two before I invite the close up this workshop.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mine are comments. I have a prayer based on this engagement with her. First of all, I thank you so much for having engaged the primary implementers of all government policies, the local governments. This is my prayer. There is a need for mass dissemination of this information. It can be regionally, like as you're doing it, but maybe in a bigger press, such as that all stakeholders, including, like as we hold budget conferences, the civil society organizations and others, because all of us will use this fuel we are talking about. And for us at Unbs of local government, of course, we ensure our local governments to comply with, for example, approving these building plans. We inspect whether the physical development committees have met, whether they've generated reports within this expected time frame. Yeah, we will continue doing that, because in so doing, we are even promoting local economic development. And so on this, this is my request. If you could come up with like 2 or 3 indicators and you share with us at Unbs of local government to include them in our compliance checklist, it would also do us great. We will continue doing our mandate so as to promote local economic development. Thank you.
Let me have from him, and then I'll invite you. Okay.
Hello, everyone. This is Abdi from Fahad. Mine is to echo on this. A lot of issues that have been said here for starting the OMC, the oil marketing companies. And you will find like a lot of the problems comes from the dishonesty on the side of the supplier. So for me, it's to urge the consumers and all the customers, especially from the districts, you fuel from oil marketing companies that you trust. You don't fuel from one pump stations. Sometimes you'll find like the one pump station has 1,000 liters for the whole month, and the demand is so huge. So you will be forced to adapt to that fuel to meet that demand gap. So you fuel from stations that you trust. The second one is you will find like the districts, they give contracts to marketing companies that do not have the supply, they don't have the capacity to deliver. And that becomes a huge problem. They adapt to the fuel, and that also affects the other players. There are companies that are called exporter OMC that are supplied directly by UNO. The supply mandate of the country is under UNO. But if the individual is one supplier that supplies that region, for example, Eastern region, Fahad is one of the biggest suppliers. So I request the districts and the local governments to give contracts, to give their demand to players that meet the capital, that have the capacity to deliver, that have the fuel, and that everyone will be safe. So I think that is my point.
Thank you so much. At this moment, I'll invite the ED, bring the close, but we are still here in the region. We have given you our contact, and we shall continue to frequently visit the stations to make sure the all supply of land ili Europa mjini close max.
Thank you, MC. The leadership of local authorities, our colleagues in trade, the oil marketing companies and owners of fuel station, the enforcers, the security personnel within the region, colleagues from Ministry of Trade and Fuel Marking Program, as well as colleagues from Unbs. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming. Yeah, it's really a pleasure that we've been able to undertake this activity of creating awareness to key stakeholders using different forms. Today is the climax. This is something that we started on 23rd. We've moved up to today, and tomorrow still we are continuing the activities aimed at raising awareness, which we intend to boost consumer confidence, but also provide clarity. If you look at the program, indeed, it has provided a lot of information, which enough to help us appreciate the different dynamics of this business we are in, fuel. And of course, the one for today comes up with two additional elements, where we saw the launch of LPG, but also the issue of fuel blending. Every time we look at our programs, we look at issues that are affecting consumers. As you are aware, on part of Unbs, our work is to develop, promote, but also enforce standards. To do that, we cannot succeed if our partners are not equipped with the right information. On the other hand, also Ministry of Mineral Development, as they deal with information, with fuel across the chain, whether downstream, upstream, and midstream, it requires support and collaboration across different actors. So fuel marking comes out very clearly to fix this, make sure that there's consumer quality assurance and protection, and also making sure that the malpractices are controlled for purposes of one, consumer protection, but also great fair trade. And also Unbs are in the same way. Our work is consumer protection, but also make sure that all the products on the market meet the quality specifications. So you could see us in this program speak about standards, space, licensing regimes, and everything that could make every actor in this business happy and successful. So I want to thank the organizers, colleagues who have been in the field right from the beginning, but also appreciate our guests, especially you who have been able to stay up to this moment. So I want to thank you for that commitment. I want to thank you for the love to see that Uganda is a safe and competitive environment for everyone to succeed in business and every aspects of life. We are aware there are challenges that can be in, but as a program of registered success, you must have noted that as it was presented, the statistics related to scope, every time it is increasing. We're now at 4,000, over 4,000 stations in the database, but also in the field operation. And of course, you could see 99.4 as compliance level. It is a distinction performance. So we believe that through this program, we shall be able to come or remove substandard and dangerous fuel from the market for purpose of growing the economy through healthy citizens, but also making people who are trading like fuel market companies are trading fair. So our commitment to make sure that standards are harmonized, practices and the licensing teams are made aware is something that we shall always commit ourselves. Our call to all of you is to collaborate and cooperate. We realize that each of us has a role to play in this industry. It is a matter of us understanding our obligations and every actor in this space to perform their role. My appeal goes to local government authorities. I listen to the debate. Of course, like any government agency or arm of the government, there's a temptation or a challenge to balance between regulation and revenue mobilization. We need this money, but we must know and interest ourselves in the safety of Ugandans. So in whatever I've been disseminating or sharing with you, our objective is to make sure that we have a safe nation that is where the practices, they support trade, but also make sure that our country grows economically, socially, and otherwise. I ask our colleagues the issue of trade order. Please include the issue of fuel safety in your trade order. The work has begun, and I know this is a key aspect. The issue of single pumps, the issue of bottles should be embedded in the ongoing reform or practice of trade order, so that we stamp out this. As a country at a macro level, there are many avenues we can boost revenue, there are many avenues we can survive and cause resilience in governance and operations. So I ask, let's have this embedded and see that this is well done and do everything. Secondly, in response to what Madam raised, is include issues of fear in your performance and compliance activities. Very true, you can have this in your plans, and we can share at a later date how this can be a part of compliance indicators. I believe with these two interventions, local government will play its role and will help both UNBS, Ministry of Energy, fuel marking program, be able to address the issue of malpractice in fuel. This is not something that you can underestimate. You saw the dangers, how fuel can affect our vehicles, how it can affect industry, how it can affect everything around us. So my final note is that let us engage, collaborate, and let each actor play their role for sustainability of our economy. I thank you. If you want any information, our offices have been displayed, and I believe everything will be okay. I want to thank you once again, and I wish you all, may God bless you for God and my country. And on this note, I declare this workshop closed.
Thank you.